everyone's more than welcome to join. It's usually led by Storyu, but he's in Colorado right now. I was like Sundance, which is a Native American week-long ceremony. So all the residents will also lead it. And you might know us with the web camera, so if you're far away or can't physically be with us, you can always join us on our website and live stream some of the events we do. And finally, just some logistics here. We ask to keep the door closed at all times. Then there's 2 bathrooms downstairs at both ends. WT and iced tea and iced coffee available for the walking periods. Everyone walking down. And hot coffee as well. And we'll ring a bell at the end of the walking periods and ask you to come back to sit when you hear the bell. School program. So if you know any school teachers that might be interested in bringing mindfulness, so and also working on making that available for mindfulness instructors and organizations. They can use our software platform to more advanced teachings and get to regional people. So if any of us have interest, please feel free to talk to any of the wonderful residents. And if you have any questions, please ask one of us. I hope you reach out. Really happy you're here.
That's great. Maybe we could have the residents just stand up and all say your names so that people will know who you are and who you can talk to.
I'm Juniper, and I direct the schools program, so definitely come talk to me if you're interested in that.
I'm Peter Park. There's also Peter Williams, we might have saw by the sign, who's directing parking.
I'm Anna King. I'm Catherine Kelly. I'm so grateful you're here today, Shinsen.
Any other residents? Excellent. So I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to our sort of 6-hour micro retreat. We'll be doing a continuous program of practice from now until 6 p.m. Local time here. Have a practice, but not every one of you. Some of you are new to mindfulness, new to meditation. So I'm not going to assume previous background. We'll take you through and give you some focus techniques. The way I like to think about the word mindfulness in English is that the first thing I would like you to bear in mind when you hear the word mindfulness, the first association that I would like you to make is that different people will speak of it in different ways. You're going to actually get different definitions of what mindfulness is. And that's fine. It's not a problem at all. But I think it's important to understand why different people will speak and so forth, so that communication can be clear. Because if you're not sensitive to the fact that different people will interpret that word differently, that can lead to discussions that sort of don't go anywhere. They don't lead anywhere because there's not. So I'd like to describe my own personal approach to mindfulness as unified mindfulness. So what does that mean? Well, if you take a lot of parts and start building connections between the parts, this way, this thing over here relates to this other thing, and by parts I mean concepts, techniques, claims, beliefs, and so forth. if we can show you enough connections between things, then suddenly will be a unified picture. You'll understand, oh, this one talks about it this way because of this, and this other one talks about it this way because of this. So that's my goal, is to provide you with what I call a unified perspective, not so much a system of mindfulness as a way to think about systems of mindfulness. So the idea is you try to create something that is broad, deep, useful, and also often beautiful and fertile. Fertile means it leads to more beautiful, deep things. So I'm trying to create something science-like to as a paradigm for a way to talk about mindfulness. So so I will present you with one way among to talk about mindfulness. But it's specifically designed to make all those other ways make sense to you and to everyone else. So, from a unified perspective, I'm going to say that mindfulness involves developing certain well-defined attentional skills, and then you'll optimize happiness. So there's 4 really big words here. What are the attentional skills? What do we mean by develop? How do you develop something? What do we mean by to optimize happiness? Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of lecture material here. We're going to mostly be doing practice. But that's the sort of the basic conceptual way of life. The attentional, the way I like to analyze the attentional skills are concentration power, sensory clarity, and equanimity working together. So each one of those is a technical term. You can think of concentration power as the ability to focus on what you deem relevant. You could think of sensory clarity as, on one hand, the ability to experiencing, but it's also the ability to detect subtle sensory events. So there's a sort of resolution aspect to clarity. You untangle the strands. There's also a detection aspect. Things that were previously subconscious or subliminal come up to conscious awareness. So that's the sensory clarity. And then you can think of equanimity as the ability to let sensory experience come and go without push and pull. A kind of radical non-interference with the operation of the senses. Well, it turns out that these 3 skills, these attentional skills, can be developed with systematic practice. And that's what we came here to do. As a result of that, all types, levels, and scales of happiness become positively impacted. So I just implied that I have a classification of happiness, where I break it down into dimensions, subdimensions, and subdimensions. Now it resides on the internet. If you go to basicmindfulness.org, you can find all this material. But what we can to optimize means that we can show you how these 3 attentional skills work together directly or indirectly enhance every dimension and sub-dimension of happiness. We can show you the mechanisms. Here's how concentration, clarity, and equanimity reduce this kind of suffering. Here's how clarity enhance this kind of fulfillment. Here's how these three skills allow you to understand yourself at a psychological level. Here's how these three skills allow you to understand yourself at an archetypal level. Here's how you understand yourself as a sensory system. Here's how these three skills allow you to understand yourself as a spiritual entity. You can connect dots. Furthermore, and very importantly, is the limitations of mindfulness. It's not just what it can do. We also have to talk about what it can't do. Where it needs to be supplemented with other things. A person is going to have the optimal posture. We're not saying that mindfulness is the answer to everything a person needs to be optimally happy. However, it is key, it is central. It directly or indirectly. And for certain forms of happiness, it is absolutely required. Specific forms of happiness that do not depend on conditions, happiness independent of conditions. You essentially need mindfulness skills. So we can, when I say mindfulness, it plays a major role in forms, levels, and scales of human happiness, or any kind of happiness, actually. But it's not the whole answer. So we can point to mechanisms. Here's how you apply the skill set to this issue of happiness in your life. And we're able to cover all issues, every single one. And here's the mechanism, how it helps. Here's possible limitations in that mechanism. And here's how you supplement it with other things that aren't mindfulness, things that you could bring in to help supplement it. And in this way, we can optimize happiness. So that's the basic picture. Develop skills to optimize happiness. And we're going to define happiness in a way that is very broad. It's not just that's just one sub-dimension. Okay. We're going to define happiness in a very broad way, in a very deep way. And we're going to talk about happiness in terms of scales, an individual, a community, a planet. We're not going to talk about that now because we're here to practice, but I wanted you to have sort of a sense of the awesome landscape as a human endeavor. So that's our basic paradigm. So what does it mean to develop? Develop is a very interesting word. If you look it up in an etymological dictionary, if you look at the history of the word, it comes from de, which reverses a verb, and vela, which is the same as envelope. So it originally meant to unwrap. So there's two sides to development. In the modern sense of the word, you develop something by making improvements. So on one hand, you develop mindfulness skills by doing exercises that elevate your base level of concentration, clarity, and equanimity. But there's a whole other way to look at it, which is it's not cultivated improvements, but unwrapping nature's package to find perfection that's always been there. And you'll find that different teachers will emphasize one side of that or the other. I like to point out that both sides are valid. What does an individual need to develop these skills? Well, you need at least one focus technique. You might have more than one, but you need at least one. And we're going to cover 4 today. Now, that doesn't mean you have to practice all of these 4 techniques, but you can sample them and just sort of have fun. Because they contrast very strongly, it's likely that at least one of them will appeal to you. So you need at least one focus technique. We can classify focus techniques in terms of what you focus on and how you focus. And then what do you have a practice structure? So that means a little bit of formal practice each day, a little bit of practice informally, probably during life each day, well, retreats like this, and every once in a while have a sort of check-in with a competent coach who will ask you questions about your practice and make sure that you factor in all the dimensions that we want you to grow in. So that would be like a yearly physical retreat. You go to the doctor and you get like a complete physical workup. So you go to a competent professional mindfulness coach and they'll give you a complete practice workup. Publish those cycles, day-to-day cycle of formal practice, at least 10 minutes, day-to-day cycle of informal practice, micro hits during the day, things like that. Periodic retreats, and they can be like micro retreats, just half a day sometimes. Or if you can't go away to a retreat, you can use my home practice program. We type the retreats into you in 4-hour modules, or similar programs that other people might have if you can't travel to retreats. And then contact with the teacher at least once a year. If you get those cycles set up and you keep them going for your lifetime, I'm not going to guarantee enlightenment, but I am going to guarantee you will not regret having done it. That it will dramatically elevate your broad happiness. So it's a good deal. It's a good investment. So that's a sort of big picture for those of you that are just starting to learn about mindfulness. That's what we're doing. So we're going to sample 4 different techniques. We're going to practice them. And each one of these techniques has a different focus object and has focus in a different way. You'll recall that I said we can classify the techniques in terms of what you focus on, how you focus. And you're going to see the techniques I'm going to have you do are strongly contrasted by giving you a chance to sample strongly contrasting approaches. We make it likely that you'll find at least one that you sort of can relate to. So the first thing we're going to do is a technique that I call note everything. So in order to understand that, you have to understand what it means to note, and that's a technical term. And you have to understand everything. I arranged with nature. Very cinematic, dramatic. Okay, so noting is a strategy for mindfulness. It's one out of a bazillion ways to bring concentration, clarity, and equanimity to moment-by-moment experience. Historically, it's associated with the name Hasi, who was a great 20th century Burmese monk, scholar and mindfulness master. So, to note a sensory, you acknowledge the presence of that event, and then you briefly concentrate on it. And that brief moment of high concentration is important. It's gentle, gently, but for just a moment, focus on that sensory event. And then you note again, perhaps the same sensory event, or perhaps something else. So Mahasi's revolutionary was based on the notion of momentary concentration. Traditional practices in Southeast Asia had the notion that you focus on one thing, one single thing for a long period of time. It was the defining concept of concentration. You have mastered concentration when you can keep your attention at the tip of your nose without wavering at all for 4 hours. Then we'll say you have mastered concentration. Now, to develop that degree of concentration, where you can take breath at the tip of your nose for 4 hours without it leaving for even half a second, Mahasi's idea was, yes, that's great, but usually there's long retreat practice, maybe 3 years in a forest or something, to learn that kind of thing. But householders who come into the temple, they can't go off into the forest for 3 to 5 years. Let's find a way that they can practice in daily life where they can still get the benefits. So the idea was, well, in daily life, your attention has to go from object to object. You're driving the car, you're cooking a meal, you're talking to someone. You can't be at the tip of your nose. So we discovered was that even if your attention moves broadly to inner and outer things that you see, hear, and feel, if for a moment there's acknowledge and then gently but intently, momentarily focus on that sensory target, that a sequence of moments of high concentration puts you into the same depth as if you stayed at the tip of your nose for 4 hours without wavering. It sums to the same thing. So that's sort of the a real central innovation in the Mahasi method. And the Mahasi method has now become in the mindfulness world in Southeast Asia. There are analogs of this concept in East Asian Zen. They expressed it a little differently, but it was the same idea. So it's been discovered and rediscovered. So that's what it means to note. And to facilitate the noting process, one has not the requirement to a mental label. So you mentally label the thing that you're acknowledging and focusing on. Now, in the traditional Mahasi way of working, the labels are part and parcel of the noting, but I distinguish the labeling from the noting. The relationship being that making a mental label or even a spoken label is an option on the apparatus of the noting. The noting is that rhythm of acknowledge, focus, acknowledge, focus. You can think that label or speak that label if you wish, but if you want to drop it and just have the rhythm of acknowledge, focus, acknowledge, focus, that's okay. So now you know what it means to note, and you can see that it has a relationship to solving. Because you acknowledge a sensory target, that's clarity. and then you can focus on that concentration. And for that moment, you attempt to open up to that sensory event as best you can. So you sort of infuse a moment of experience. So know everything. What's everything? Well, in this definition, everything is all sensory experience. So what's all sensory experience? Well, we're going to make a simplified classification that we can group everything under one of three categories: visual, auditory, or somatic. Now, to do this, we have to put smell and taste on the body, but it makes a simpler and more symmetric system. Let's officially agree to do that. So anything that's visual, if you wish to label it with this technique, you say see. If anything auditory, you say hear. If anything is body, you say feel. Now, of course, two are called at the same time. To make things simple, just choose one to sort of name and claim. So name means, assuming you're using a label. Name it means you label it, so you're clear, it's visual, it's auditory, it's somatic. And by claim, I mean you have that moment of quality time, where you concentrate on it and you open to it. And that literally will result in you making it the other way. There can be a merging. And you're sort of gobbling up the so-called gobbling up experience, like food, nurturing yourself. And as a result, you are more into an experience of oneness that also is a kind of refreshing nothingness. I know that's a little bit strange, but that's where this leads. Ordinary experience are maximally rich and minimally reified. Reified means turned into a thing. You're too busy experiencing each thing to solidify either yourself or that thing to a thing. So you have an experience that can only be described paradoxically as both vacuous and rich at exactly the same time. So that's the direction that this eventually moves towards. Okay, so the way that, so you take a passive role, you just sort of let sensory experiences call you. And if you're called by something visual, we'll start with labels, and then later on, if you want to drop the labels, you can do that. If it's visual, you say see mentally, briefly for audit, somatic feel. If two or three call you at the same time, just choose one to name and claim. The visual experience might be, if you're open or half open, a visual experience might be a world. A visual experience might also be a mental image. An auditory experience might be a physical sound, but it also might be mental talk. A body experience might be a physical sensation of touch or hot or cold. But it might be an emotional sensation of anger, fear, sadness, shame, impatience, disgust, interest, joy, love, gratitude, humor, smile. There's emotional body as well as physical body. However, a visual experience might be a restful state. Your eyes might be that your mental screen is blank. You might become aware of mental quiet or an absence of sound. You might be aware that your body is relaxed or emotionally neutral. Those would be visual, auditory, and somatic rest states. So you may be pulled to something that's an inner activation, like image thought or body emotion, or an outer activation, like sight, sound, physical touch, or you might be pulled to an inner or outer restful state, mental blank, or your eyes defocus, or mental quiet, physical silence, or physical emotional neutrality, or physical relaxation. So the thing that you see, hear, and feel could be inner or out or a restful state. And it's all good. That's the technique of notating everything. So let's give it a try, and then we'll have a chance to talk about your experience. Take a moment to stretch out and sit. You can do this with your eyes open or half open or closed. Remember, with your eyes closed, you'll see darkness, brightness. That's visual rest. That's something you could see. You could have it with your eyes closed or open. Visual thoughts. Let your attention float within the realm of the senses. If you're pulled to something visual, see, and briefly focus on it. Let's advance instantly, which could easily happen. If it's auditory, hear. If two or three of the modalities call at the same time, just choose one to note. It doesn't matter which. Often things don't last long enough to soak into them. That's perfectly okay. In fact, that's a window of opportunity. Anicca, impermanence. The ordinary ordering principle that we're used to is get answers in the mind, comfortable in the body. Nothing wrong, of course, with that. Those are legitimate dimensions of happiness. Get answers, get comfort. But those dimensions of happiness depend on conditions. There's another dimension of happiness that measures how complete an experience is, how much concentration are present. That's a deeper ordering principle that can never be disordered. We can gradually train our way up to that. Or we can notice that we always were that, or both. But hopefully not neither for a human. To the best of your ability, let go of the ordinary ordering principle and replace it with this other ordering principle. Instead of get answers and get comfortable, it's be focused, remain open. It can be helpful to induce equanimity is keeping the body relaxed, you can re-relax. And if you're using labels, the sort of gentle, matter-of-fact quality to the voice, see, can help induce equanimity. But the deepest form of equanimity just happens to you. You just fall into it as you sit there and notice it. We're exploring the possibility of happiness independent of conditions. One way to do that is to sit down and release conditions. Just not move for a while. Continue to note everything. Category at a time. See, hear, feel, could be inner, could be outer, could be active, could be restful, could be stable, could be flowing. It's all good. The best of your ability, let go of the ordinary ordering principle, which is get answers and get comfortable. And replace it with this deeper ordering principle. The noting process. The pacing of the noting guarantees enough concentration. The wording guarantees enough clarity. The voice tone, gentle and matterly, is enough equanimity. That's all you need. Once that's established, time is your ally. The longer we go, the deeper we train. Now, some of the sits may be a little bit on the long side, so absolutely feel free at any time to stand in place if you wish, or move. We don't want it to become just a grim endurance contest. It's okay to move during a sit. Try to do so quietly, though, if you can. You can stand in place and stretch. But keep the continuity of your technique going as you move. That's practice in motion. So if you have discomfort or you get sleepy and such, just stand up, settle in. Standing practice is another one of the traditional postures, along with seated, walking, and so forth. Now, in a moment, we're going to transition from practice in stillness to practice in motion. We're going to walk around for about 20 minutes or so, walk around the camp or inside the building. But I'd like you to maintain the technique of note everything. So when the bell rings, we'll make a smooth transition. We'll be in silence. And you can walk slow, you can walk fast. If you want to get refreshments, use the washroom and so forth, you can do that. But keep the note everything technique going during those actions. And then when you hear a bell, it'll be approximately 20-25 minutes, you'll hear a bell to call you back. So listen for that. It'll be rung sort of around outside and inside the camp here. And then keep the technique going smoothly, transition back to seated practice. So it's like the practice in motion is being bookended by practice in stillness. This helps train carryover into daily life. Continue to note everything. As you do this, sometimes the theme of differentiation may present itself. You may become fascinated with detecting subtle occurrences. You may become fascinated with discriminating distinctions beyond merely visual, auditory, somatic. You may become fascinated. Is it inner? Is it outer? Is it active? Is it restful? Is it stable? Is it flowing? What subcategory? What size, shape, location? And so forth. This would be the theme of differentiating, discriminating. If that theme pulls you, great, enjoy that. On the other hand, you might be pulled to an opposite theme, integration. You lose interest in making distinctions. Everything sort of integrates into an arabesque of energy. An integrated field, sensorium. Probably still distinguish visual from auditory from somatic, but beyond that, it becomes a unified field. Maybe even those distinctions pass away. And it becomes just of empty energy. If you can still distinguish visual, auditory, somatic, that's fine. If not, then that moves into a different technique. One we'll be exploring in a moment, where you're beginning to go beyond form. Of differentiation and the theme of integration are both natural. They both represent productive directions. Of course, neither of these themes may present itself. And that's okay too. You're just doing the technique. The themes of integration and differentiation represent windows. But sometimes we encounter walls. The characteristic wall, the characteristic challenge with note everything, is you might experience too much is happening all at once. You might have a sense of being flooded, overwhelmed. There are a couple things you can do, reduce that if you wish. You can re-note, you can just intentionally stay with the same thing for a few times, so you're not pulled around as frenetically. That's a standard. It may happen that things disappear as soon as you notice them. That is definitely not a problem. That's insight into anicca, impermanence. Enjoy the constant passingness if that happens. Another possibility is a change in perspective. To see that the problem is a problem, that there's a primordial perfection. If you experience being flooded or being ungrounded, the flooding is just spread, it's just expansion. The ungrounded is just your center of gravity being ripped away moment by moment, leaving you no place to stand. But you don't need a place to stand. That's just contraction. The core of your being constantly gone, gone, gone. The perimeter of your being constantly spread, spread, spread. Can turn into an effortless reflux of space. So there's a way of reinterpreting I'm flooded, I'm ungrounded, as part of the primordial perfection of nature, yang and yin, life, and the primordial ordering principle that can never be disordered. So you may be pulled to some of these themes. If so, this is the context as you continue to pedestrian and banal. You're just sort of tracking things, nothing particularly dramatic, either in the form of a window or a wall. That's perfectly okay. This time, you're giving nature half a chance, giving consciousness what it needs to untie its own knots, which is Sancta Simplicitas, an environment of sacred simplicity. That's what the retreat, not much is happening, which gives the depths what they need to break old connections and make new ones. Break, make deep down. The surface mind is not aware it's happening. But when the day's over, we notice we've changed. The simplicity of the environment itself did the work for us. All we had to do is give nature half a chance. Continue for a few minutes, everything. Now, in a moment, we'll be transitioning to a period of sharing and discussion. During that period of time, though, keep a technique going, either in the sense of a continuous formal practice, but your eyes are open, or you are occasionally doing micro hits and alternating that with just listening to the conversation, or you have sort of a background technique going. So some of your attention is into the conversation, but some is allocated to maintaining a well-defined technique. It could be note everything or any other technique you're familiar with. One of the themes of this program is going to be monasticizing the day, keeping the momentum of practice during ordinary life situations. On a retreat, the only thing like ordinary life is discussion periods. So that's where we'll be doing the carryover of the practice. Once again, it could be formal practice, all your attentional resources going towards the technique, but eyes open, so we're sort of together in the room. Or it could be that you listen and then do some micro hits, then think and do some micro hits like that, or sort of in the background, something's going on. Either of those three strategies. Okay, so we're going to open it up for questions, comments, reports, anything that anyone would like to bring up for a few minutes. We can discuss that, and then we'll continue with our practice. Jeff?
Shinzen, have you found over the years that if you have a more general labeling strategy like hearing, rather than a more specific and differentiated one like thinking, planning, is it to optimize happiness? Is it to optimize self-awareness, learning about oneself? I'm wondering if a different labeling strategy would foster more self-understanding, or if a more general one is helpful.
Okay, this is an interesting question, and it can easily get us into something that I love talking about, which is the intricacies of strategies for practice. But I don't want to get too intricate. But let me just say that the way I like to structure the techniques is that there'll be a technique and then there will be options with that technique. And there'll be windows and walls with that technique, et cetera, et cetera. So it becomes like an algorithm or a systematic procedure. So there is a distinction between the label that you may use as you're noting and the degree of a detail that you may be aware of as you're noting. And I sort of mentioned that when I said you might be pulled to the theme of an interest in detail, or you might be pulled to some other theme, or not pulled at all. So the way this particular technique is set up, the labels are very generic. Just see, hear, feel. When you make the label see, you may find yourself distinguishing a lot of features, or you might not. Now, that's the way this particular technique is structured, because it's designed to cast a pretty broad net. Now, associated with a few core techniques are numerous sort of satellite techniques that would be in the same family at various degrees of affiliation, okay? For example, and this gets more to what I think you were specifically asking about, you could decide to work, let's say, just with body experience. So now we're going to restrict it to body experience. And you could, if you wished, decide to break feel into feel in for emotion versus feel out for physical versus feel rest for a restful state. And you could make those as specific labels. Now, making those as specific labels will, of course, tend to cause more differentiation, more discrimination. And that's a technique that you might want to do, perhaps as a helper technique to this more general technique. Now, might you want to do something finer? Maybe you would like to break feel into anger, fear, sadness, embarrassment, impatience, disgust, interest, joy, love, gratitude, humor, smile. Maybe you'd like to break feel out into hot, cold, touch, itch, ache, etc., etc. Well, that would be yet a further subdividing situation, which you could do if you wished. Those would be their own techniques, specifically designed for that theme of making finer and finer distinctions. And it is, as I mentioned, discrimination and integration both have a place in this. So using finer and finer labels like that to create finer and finer distinctions would certainly be a valuable strategy and might be useful. My basic motto is divide and conquer. And if that doesn't work, subdivide until you do conquer. Of course, there's also unite and be whole. That's that other direction. So we want to make sure we have a balanced view of things. It's not just about discrimination. And in fact, the limiting case of discrimination, when you break something down and you reach the atomic level, then it all integrates. Just like with the body, right? You've got a body, it's got gross anatomy, but then there are organ systems, but then there are organs, then there are tissues, then there's cells, then there's macromolecules. And by the time you get down to macromolecules, it's all just a dance of chemistry. And so you divide it fine enough, and then there's an underlying uniform field. So if you find it helpful to subdivide like that, well, within my system, there are a gazillion special exercises that will divide it as finely as you want. And it doesn't have to just be qualitative, it can be spatial. You can break it down by location and other parameters. You could, for example, let's say you wanted to explore visual thought. You could distinguish mental images related to your surroundings with your eyes closed versus mental images related to your body and self versus mental images that might appear on a screen related to memory, plan, fantasy. I have a hypothesis that those are processed in different parts of the brain, those three categories. And it is certainly the case that those three categories can be distinguished and subdivided. And sometimes a person will have an experience of their whole body breaking up into energy, and yet it still seems like there's a body there. And they may go on for years without realizing that what's holding back the freedom from carnality is subtle, undetected, and coagulated body image that they never even paid attention to because they thought it's all gotta be body sensation. And once you start to notice the body image and then open up to it, detect it, let it flow, then the fluidity of that body image plus the fluidity of the physical and emotional sensations will lead to the experience of freedom from the somethingness of body. So you could subdivide in many, many ways, hundreds actually. And those would constitute special exercises that might be helpful. But then there's the other side, there's integration. For example, the technique we're going to do next is a noting technique, but it's designed to point to a more of a homogeneity in experience directly. So was that enough answer to your question? Yeah, that was a good, fun thing to talk about. Good. Anything else? It doesn't have to be advanced esoteric like this question. It could be sort of like other things. Good for now, report-wise. You know I love to take questions, right? I'd rather do that than meditate. So.
You said something like when we started the retreat about like a level of happiness coming from the qualities of good meditation. What if I don't feel that when I meditate? Is it like there, but I just don't know how to feel it? Is it something that we just kind of develop? Or
yeah, this is good. You'll recall that when I used the word happiness, I was pretty specific that it was a technical term and we were going to define it very broadly and very deeply. And I didn't go into the details. As I would use the word happiness, it's not necessarily that you're like joyous or something like that. You don't have to necessarily feel good as you're meditating, as long as you notice that your base level of happiness in daily life is increasing. So I'm going to take your question, I'm going to sort of break it down into some components. Sure. So I think what you're saying is that when you do formal practice, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but here's what I think I'm hearing. That when you do formal practice, your experience is neutral or perhaps even unpleasant, but there's nothing noticeably pleasant about the practice for you. Yeah. Now, couple things to say about that. That in and of itself need not be a problem. Because the criterion for whether a practice is working or not is not really what kinds of experience you have during formal practice. It's, are you noticing elevation in the various dimensions of happiness in ordinary life that you can link to the fact that you're doing practice. So it's okay if it's just sort of neutral or even uncomfortable. As long as you can say, well, I see this, and this improvement in perception and behavior in my daily life. And it seems to be correlated with the fact that I'm doing practice. So that's the really important criterion. Are you suffering less? Are you more fulfilled? Are you getting insights? Or are there improvements in objective behavior in ordinary life when you're not particularly meditating? If that kind of thing is happening and it's happening fast enough, your practice is absolutely working, regardless of what your experience may be, as you said. Having said that, however, it is also desirable, if possible, that you are getting some sort of hedonic reward from the sit, okay? If that's possible. So, okay, fancy word in Greek. It's just the Greek word for pleasure, okay? Hedonic, right? So the reason it's not a bad thing if your practice doesn't bring about hedonic rewards. It's not a bad thing as long as I say, daily life is improving. But it's a good thing if it does have hedonic rewards, because then that creates an accelerating feedback loop. It's snowball or a hockey stick. The more you practice, the better it feels, and that becomes what's called an operant conditioning or a Skinnerian behaviorist conditioning for the deep mind to want to practice more. It gets a reward. And that causes what's called exponential growth or positive feedback growth. So it's a good thing if there can be that reward there, but it's definitely not a showstopper if there's not that reward. So one of the things you can do is try techniques that, at least occasionally try techniques that in fact do bring you rewards. Like, well, some of the techniques we'll try today. Now this one might not, because it's a passive observing, but like the auto walk thing we're gonna do later on, where you sort of get in contact with the bounce of like just walking to walk, or feel good where you're creating a positive emotion. Or if you start to notice restful states that are intrinsically pleasant, or energy type things that are going on. So you can sort of either do some combination of doing techniques, at least occasionally, that are likely to create pleasant things. Some combination of that plus sort of knowing what to look for. So it's like there may be more pleasures there than you realize. If you sort of make an inventory, you might discover that in subtle ways, there actually is that hedonic reward. And another thing you could do is meditate on things that are intrinsically pleasant. So I went through a period, back a long time ago, maybe I'd been meditating for 5-6 years, where I was like just really bored with meditation, just bored. And it was hard for me to motivate myself to practice. So what I did is I started to listen to music and meditate when I listened to music. And of course, the music would make me happy, right? Because that's, why do people listen to music? Well, it makes them emotionally happy, or it makes them relaxed, or they get some sort of energy going on, or they sort of disappear into the music. Well, guess what? Those are all meditation techniques, right? Flow, nurture positive, merge with sound, okay? Explore rest. If you go through the list of why people listen to music, I did this, Soryu and I did this when we created the Mind the Music program for kids in Burlington. We actually interviewed people, why do you listen to music? And it was amazing. This pattern came out that was so obvious. All my techniques are the reason people listen to music. Every one of those, everything that they reported that this is what I get out of music was already on my list of focus methods. So it was like, oh my God, this is so natural. This is the way to get kids to practice. They're already doing it. You just have to give them a little structure. So what I did is I listened to music, and let's be honest, sometimes I use the enhancer that my generation used for food and music and the other thing. And that kept me interested. And it sort of bridged it over, for a few years when I would have been bored otherwise. It kept me meditating, and maybe, that wasn't the best strategy, but at least it kept me doing it, right? And it definitely gave me hedonic reward. And it kept me doing it. And then eventually I realized, I didn't have to listen to music, and I didn't have to get stoned. I could get quite high just on my own, but it took it took a while. So now you're smiling. That's hedonic, okay? Maybe I gave you some ideas. So that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Well, that was a great question. Yes.
Your question led to my question, which is that I get great hedonic reward from sitting. I tend to go toward the integrative and whole energy awareness, and very light hands and floating feeling, and I tend to avoid labeling. I note but don't label to keep self-talk at a minimum.
Sure. Yeah.
And however, when I'm in everyday real life, unless I can keep my practice going, I don't feel the happiness and the pleasure. I get bogged down in everyday life. So I wrote down what you said, eyes open, keep the technique going, micro hits, or keep it going in the background. If I'm not doing that, I can be miserable.
Welcome to life as a monastery. That's the nature of a monastery. In a monastery is a giant feedback device to keep you meditating. When you live in a monastery, this is a monastery, and it's modeled after the monasteries of Asia, but there's also Western monasteries in the Christian tradition, and Islamic actually also at one time. So what is the monastery? It's a very simplified form of life, and often a fairly tough life, with not much sleep and a lot of physical exertion and no freedom, personal freedom. In the West, traditionally, you did boring tasks. The nuns would stamp out communion wafers all day, for example, all day, okay? And that's either heaven or hell, depending on how, quote, recollected you are, which is the Christian term for being in a meditative state.
Right.
So what those monasteries are is they're a feedback device that's constantly encouraging you to stay in a deep state. So just think of life as a monastery. And if you're not in the joy or the oneness, then that's an immediate, I need to go deeper right now as I'm bopping around in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a matter of systematic training. So I have this article at basicmindfulness.org called Outline of Practice. And I talk about ways of bringing practice into daily life in a systematic way. So people will often ask, how do I do that? Okay, well, it doesn't just automatically happen. You have to actually take measures. create structures. So I distinguish between formal practice and informal practice. So if possible, do at least 10 minutes of formal practice every day, which I suspect you do. Now let's talk about life. So that's where, I mean, you can embed formal practice during the day. If you drive to work, you can see, hear, feel the drive. You can apply the technique we just did to the sights, sounds, and touches of driving the car. It's safe, and it can take you into very deep states. Now, the defining characteristic of formal practice, as I like to set it up, is in terms of duration, it lasts at least 10 minutes. And in terms of allocation of your attentional resources, you're allocating all your resources towards the technique. So those are the two defining characteristics of formal practice. Now, we tend to think of formal practice as something that, oh, I'm going to do, you know, in a quiet room and I'm sitting. Well, that would be formal practice in stillness, but you can also do formal practice in motion. You could be moving around. As long as the period lasts for at least 10 minutes and you are allocating all your attentional resources, it's formal practice. So if you drive to work, or you sit on a bus when you go to work, etc., you can embed formal practice into the day if you've got at least 10 minutes. And because you're doing see, hear, feel, drive, okay, or see, hear, feel, cook, or see, hear, feel, you know, tidy up the house, you're driving safely and you're acting appropriately, but you are allocating all your attentional resources to just the sight, sounds, and touches needed to do that task. So one thing that people often don't realize is that formal practice can be embedded during the day in life. It doesn't have to just be, oh, the 20 minutes that I do every morning by myself. And what you do is you analyze your days. You see, what kind of days do I have? I have the weekdays, I have the weekends, and then I have unusual days, maybe vacation days, or I'm in the hospital days, or people are visiting me days, okay? You sort of see how many kinds of days you have, roughly speaking, and then you step through each of those kind of days from the moment you wake up in the morning to the moment that you lose consciousness at night, literally including those moments, okay? You step through the day and you say, well, is there a place here or here or here where I could embed formal practice in my day? So that's one thing. Then you do the same with respect to what I call micro hits. So what characterizes a micro hit is you're allocating all your attentional resources towards the technique. So in that sense, it's like formal practice, but it's less than 10 minutes. And you once again, you look through all the basic kinds of days that you have. Most people sort of have two kinds of days if they're in the workplace, right? They have work day, and then they've got like the weekends. But some people have more than one kind of day, two kinds, and some people only have one kind. But for each kind of day that you have, you actually make a systematic inventory. It's like, okay, for this kind of day, I wake up, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this, and this, and then I go to bed. And it's like, okay, where can formal practice be embedded here? Then, where can micro hits be embedded? And you think cleverly, okay? So I have Some of my students are in the entertainment industry. They produce or direct or write movies and things like that. And that's a very time-intensive profession. I mean, they just have no time. If you're a director of a movie you don't see if it's one of these big tentpole movies, you don't see your family for 2 years. You sleep 4 hours a day for 2 years. It's amazing what these people put up with. And they literally, would seem to have no time, except if I step them through the day, they do. Because, well, yeah, as a matter of fact, 5 times a day, I have to go to a meeting over there. And yeah, it takes me 2 minutes to walk. Well, that's a 2-minute microhit, okay? And yeah, well, I drive to work. Well, so they embed formal practice during the drive to work. So you start to look for, well, you have to use the washroom. That's a microhit, okay? However many times you do that. You have a difficult call you have to make. So you bookend that call 1 minute before, 1 minute after stress rehearsal. Stress rehearsal is stress rehearsal, okay? You do like a focus in version of see, hear, feel to prepare yourself for that difficult call. It only takes a minute. And then you do the call and then you clear it afterwards. So that's 2 minutes of microhits. So you just walk through the day, where can I put the microhits? Then there's background practice. So what characterizes background practice is it could last any length of time, but you're not necessarily allocating all your attentional resources. It's sort of going in the background. This is something that people report a lot. Well, I don't really do formal practice, but I'm aware that something's sort of going in the background during the day. I call that background practice. So are there places where I can have background practice? Maybe, for example, in meetings, I can sort of have loving kindness going in my body. Maybe not in my mind, because my mind has to be thinking about the meeting, but maybe my body can sort of in the background. Oh, and by the way, meals are a great time for things like background practice or microhits, because you're enjoying being with people. You're enjoying the taste of the food. Doesn't take much to start to notice emotional pleasure associated with the conviviality and the sensuality of the meal. And then you sort of tune into that, you start to sort of try to feel it over your whole body, radiate it out. Now you're doing feel good, which is another technique we're going to do here. That's loving kindness purely in your body without engaging the mind very much, because your mind may have to be on other things. So you strategize. Where am I going to embed formal practice during the day? Where am I going to embed microhits? Where am I going to embed background practice for each kind of day I have? And once you start to make a systematic and sort of show, take no prisoners kind of careful inventory of what days are, you'll discover there's lots of room for this. Then it's a matter, of course, of deciding that you really want to do it. But the alternative is to be miserable. Right. So why not? That's what we mean when we say monasticize the day. Then, of course, the other thing you decide is, what technique am I using? Maybe you're just mono, or you always use the same thing. Or maybe you vary the strategy depending on the circumstance. So by cleverly analyzing your life, basically, in terms of formal practice, micro hits, background practice, and the range of techniques, and then the range of circumstances that would characterize your days, you come up with a practice structure that will allow you to monasticize your day. And if you have difficulty implementing it, then you get some sort of buddy and you get a cabal and you reinforce, you network, you use, the Insight Timer or Facebook or something to like support you in doing this. You report how many micro hits you did. You actually keep a log. If you wish, you could. And so you see exactly what you did. So what I've given you now is the categories and the structures, or I guess I would say I've given you the categories that will allow you to think about how you can monasticize your day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I have one more question.
Sure.
When I get into a state where I'm, integrated in whole body energy and everything feels light and there's no self-talk going on, am I anywhere near the first jhana?
First jhana.
Jhana.
J-H-A-N-A.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, is that mostly what you do? You sort of go into that deep, tranquil, and energized state? Is that what you usually do as far as practice goes?
Yes.
Do you ever sort of, do you do that by observing ordinary phenomena, or do you sort of let yourself go into that more formless state?
I start by feeling what's in my body and decreasing subtle distraction. And then it just morphs into that state.
I see. Okay, that's great. Here's something you might try, though, as at least occasionally as an adjunct or addendum, an add-on. You might try observing your mind without an agenda to quiet your mind.
Let myself talk to myself.
Well, let yourself think and observe the thinking process without an agenda to cool it out.
Okay.
Now, that's not hard to do. You it's actually just a subdivision within see, hear, feel. You limit to inner see, hear. So you go to mind space. So that's where you would see your mental images and where you would hear your mental talk. So I mentioned that mind space can have a sort of front end, which some people call their mental screen, where you would tend to see memory plan fantasy stuff. It can be behind the eyes, but it's sort of like here. Then there's ambient images of your current surroundings that you would have with your eyes closed. And then there's your own body images. You want to include all of that as part of thought. Subtle is significant. Then it's interesting you mentioned mental talk, because most people assume that thought equals mental talk. But actually, thought could be visual, auditory, or both. So talk space tends to be in the head, at the ears, tends to be posterior in general relative to image space, except the part of image that's your own body. So image space plus talk space, the union of those two spaces, that's your mind space. So you go to mind space, you stay in mind space, and you note exactly one of 4 possibilities at any given instant. See in, hear in, both, or neither. And you can use see here, and rest if you want for labels. At any given instant, your mind will be in exactly one of those 4 states, spontaneously. And you observe without a preference. between those four. So you're not preferencing the mental rest state. If it occurs spontaneously, fine. If it doesn't, you just observe the talk and the image. Give it permission to activate or deactivate as it wishes. What this will eventually lead to is that your habitual level of concentration, clarity, and equanimity with respect to mental experience will elevate. Now, I like to use the word complete as a convenient way to measure how the degree to which one is bringing concentration, clarity, and equanimity to a given experience. So the more CC&E you bring to a given experience, I would say the more, quote, complete that experience is. This is just a way of talking. It's synonymous with saying that as your level of mindfulness with regards to a certain type of sensory event increases, we could say that your ability to have a complete experience of that sensory event has increased. It's just a way of talking about things. I think that makes sense, right? It's just a way, just means how mindful you are. But this is the way the Zen teachers would tend to teach. They would ask you to have a complete experience of X, whatever X is, including thought. So what happens to thought if you never work with it the way I'm describing? Well, maybe it'll take care of itself, or maybe not. If it doesn't take care of itself, then try this. There's a tendency to think that thought is the problem, but it's not. Any more than the chirping of birds or the falling of the leaves is a problem. Some auditory and visual experience. It's just an experience. Where's the problem? Well, the problem is, for most people, there is an enormous amount of unconsciousness and drivenness and stickiness and coagulation associated with the sensory event of thinking. That's the problem, not the sensory event of thinking. Once again, you get this with the Zen teachers. You know, someone will say, I've achieved a state of no thought. And the Zen master will say, well, that's good, but when you finally grow up, you'll be constantly thinking like me. What do they mean? Well, yeah, you're constantly thinking, but you're thinking thought that's no longer thought. It's so complete that it's not a thing anymore. It's just space vibrating. Then you won't have to be free from thought in order to be in that deep state of oneness and energy. The thought itself contributes to the oneness and energy. And it can be fucked up thought, pardon my French. It can be screwed up, banal, confusion, doesn't matter. If it's complete, it points to primordial perfection. But if one makes thought a problem, thought per se, then that can become a self-limiting factor in practice, right? Because it's like, well, the goal is to get rid of thought, right? No, the goal is actually, I mean, to be in a state of no thought is wonderful. That's definitely true. But I wouldn't exactly say that's the goal. I would say the goal is the ability to have a complete experience of thinking. A complete experience of thinking is no longer thinking. It's wisdom mind or pure energy. So I struggled with this for 20 years. First 20 years of my practice, I tortured myself trying to get rid of thought. But then I grew up.
Well, thanks for giving me a shortcut.
Yeah, no one actually explained how to do it. Okay. They just said, have a complete experience of thought. Kanzen nakeiken in Japanese, a complete experience. So, WTF, right? But what I'm describing to you step by step what it is. You divide and conquer, you subdivide until you conquer. So it's mental image, it's mental talk, it's both at the same time. But I can save you some time also on this one. Subtle can be significant. Mental talk can range from screaming in your head to an indoor voice, to a whisper, to a subtle subterranean stirring that's constant.
Static.
Yeah, except that's also your subconscious mind thinking. Now, if you dislike that staticky thing, you're actually coagulating the subconscious, preventing it from turning into wisdom mind. But if you just sort of think of it as a flow field and enjoy it, then there's something changing. Okay, now it's going to turn into complete thought. Complete thought in the subconscious that never has to percolate up and flower above the earth, because it completes itself in the root. And it turns into wisdom mind. And below that subterranean stirring, in talk space, well, then it comes, it pretty much comes to an end. Okay, there's like a point at which talk space itself disappears. And that's true that's true tranquility for that gate. However, the same is true for image. There's explicit images that people sometimes have that can be vivid, especially like when you're falling asleep or waking up, or if you're hallucinating, things like that. And then most images are sort of ghostly and pass very quickly. That's more subtle image activity. Then there's just a kind of stirring on the mental screen that's preconscious. You can't say what it is. That's the subconscious visual mind. Then, so that's analogous to that staticky thing in talk space. But in talk space, there's nothing below the staticky thing, in my experience. But in image space, there is something below the staticky thing, because as far as I've ever been able to tell, this is just my personal experience, the bulk of thought is visual for everyone. And the bulk of thought is way, way, way below the threshold of awareness. So the subtlest level of talk is there's just a tug towards the mental screen. I'm sorry, there's just a tug towards the inner loudspeakers, and you don't even hear anything. There's just a tug. And that tug tells you that there's a beginning of subtle processing going on. And the same is true for image space. There's just a tug towards mental image space. And that tells you that deep down, a subconscious visual thought is about to begin. But there's an even deeper level and more subtle level in image space that mind space doesn't have, that talk space doesn't have. there can just be a brightening of the screen, just clear light. And that clear light can actually be pleasant. But it actually represents thinking, tons and tons of thinking that are way, way, way below the threshold of awareness. And that's the brightness, intrinsic brightness of the mind. And at some point you realize you have to go beyond that. Oh, dark, 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 they all go into the dark. There's this line by T.S. Eliot. You have to go into a Stygian blackness, at which point the mind itself ceases, but you're still conscious. For a period of time, you could have that experience. And that's the formless jhana. That's the deeper jhanas that, okay, you're already experiencing some of the early jhanas, which is great. But the deeper jhanas, in my experience, they're death black. Anyway, that was weird. Okay. Sometimes you wind me up and you just never know what's going to come out. Me neither. But that'll give you those great questions. Yeah. Great questions. Let's see, how are we doing time-wise? Okay. Well, maybe get back to practice. Once again, take a moment to stretch up and settle in. And we're going to explore a different way of focusing based on the notion of expansion and contraction, yang and yin, life and death. Something very fundamental, a fundamental contrast that's available in ordinary sensory experience if you sort of know what to look for. So I'm going to give you some categories, and most of you haven't done this before, or many of you have not done this before. So a certain amount of guessing and groping is probably going to be involved, and that's perfectly okay. It's like any other new learning. There's an inevitable learning curve. Our focus range is still going to be everything, but the categories that we're going to note belong to a different dimension. We won't be so concerned with whether it's see, hear, feel, although you'll probably be aware of that. But we're going to be exploring something else, something a little more subtle. At any given instant, you may experience spread or you might have no experience of spread. And I'm going to define in a rather detailed way exactly what I mean by spread. One way that spread can occur is within a modality. Modality means visual, auditory, somatic, those three things. So you might have an itch in one part of your body, and that itch might affect the region around it. Or that itch might spread some sort of influence into your hand, sort of pushing it to scratch. Or you might have a pain, maybe say in your ankle or your knee or your lower back. And you notice that that pain causes a subtle propagation of malaise around it, or causes tension to spread through your body. So one way that there can be the phenomenon of spread is that within a modality, a local event isn't local. It affects the area around it, or perhaps the whole modality. You could, for example, hear a sound and the sound's on the right, but then you notice, well, it sort of booms and spreads over onto the left subtly. You could hear it a little bit there too. So that would be a spread of a sound within auditory modality. Or you might be looking at a physical object, but you notice that you're also sort of looking at all around it, at the perimeter of your vision at the same time. So within the visual, there's a spread. So one way that spread can occur is if something spatially extends beyond what is obvious. It extends in some way through that modality, either locally or perhaps infects the whole modality. That's one way that spread can occur. You'll recall when we had the instruction for note everything, I talked about the possibility that more than one modality might call your attention at the same time. You might have mental talk and an associated mental image at the same time. There's a visual component and an auditory component. Or you might be aware of a sound, but also your body's reaction to that sound. There's an auditory component and a body component. If you get a big eruption of your inner world, if there's a big desire or a big reaction or judgment, or there's some sort of inner intensity, there's a very high probability you're tugged to the mental screen, to the mental loudspeaker, and the emotional body, all three at the same time. If you are called to more than one modality at the same time, that's another way that spread can occur. Yet another way is that you're pulled to the inner world and the outer world at the same time, or more or less the same time. For example, you hear a sound, that's hear out. but you're aware that it triggers a mental image or mental talk or body emotion or all three. So there's an involvement of both inner and outer at more or less the same time. If that happens, that counts as spread. So within a modality, a propagation of influence, or more than one modality at more or less the same time, or a tug towards the subjective world and the objective world at sort of the same time. Any of the above constitute, by definition, spread. You may have an enormous amount of spread, or it may occur occasionally or hardly ever. There's no preference with this technique. However, if you are aware of spread, say to yourself, spread, and let that happen. It's an equanimity piece, but it's also a clarity piece you're detecting. If there's no spread, we'll interpret that as a restful state. There may be activation, but it's not spreading. It's not widespread. Or there may be no activation. You're just relaxed and blank and relatively peaceful. So if there's no spread, you could say no spread, but we'll say rest. So at any given instant, if you're aware of spread, say spread and let it happen. If there doesn't seem to be any spreading tendency in any of the ways that we mentioned, you could say no spread, or you could say rest. And just abide in that relative state of rest. It may be mostly rest or mostly spread, or there may be alternation back and forth. But there's something optimal to do in any case. When it's spread, let it spread. That's expansion. When there's no spread, then abide in that relative confinement, interpreted as rest. That's contraction. And just let these fundamental molding forces mold your experience. There's absolutely no preference. It's possible that one may predominate or not, but there's something optimal to do in each case. Once again, in terms of what kinds of experience, it could be inner You can stretch out a little bit if you need to. As I said, some of the sits are a little bit on the longer side. We keep the technique going. Now, in a moment, we'll transition to a little more discussion and some further detail on this technique. Decide how you would like to be practicing. Maybe formal practice of some technique, maybe micro hits, maybe background during the discussion. Also, if you need to use the washroom, you can just go. You don't have to ask permission. Okay, we're going to start with questions and reports just on what we did so far, the spread, rest technique. Yes.
I know that you didn't place any preference
spread versus not spread. But I find that any experience of expansion feels wonderful versus feeling contracted. And my experience is that doing the sort of practices where you do a lot of disentangling and categorizing, clarifying, leads to spontaneous experience of expansion. And that there are certain kind of unifying ideas or insights that go with that, and that remembering them helps me to feel expansion.
Yeah, that remembering those things is definitely a valid strategy.
So my question is, when you're doing a practice like that, you can either, there's passively wait and experience what happens, or very consciously, actively remind myself, this is it, this is life right here, in this moment, and that I can trust it. And those ideas help me to get there.
I would say that adding ideas like that, like I can trust this, or other sort of maybe Dharma, pieces like that, is an absolutely valid strategy. I would just consider it to be an extension of the labeling process. It's bringing words in that help there be more equanimity and so forth. So that's fine. I would consider that to be an option within the structure. But tell me, your experience just now, when you had the no spread, which I said could be parsed as rest, you mentioned, I thought, but I want to confirm that you experienced some tension or pressure associated with that?
More like I would feel, when I first started, and I was sitting, I felt like awareness of certain parts of my body, some kind of a sensory experience, or then a sound, or, and I started to get bored or fuzzy, so I stood up, and then I thought, oh, I could remember those things that I just said.
Okay, so there wasn't a particular tension or pressure associated with the non-spread.
It just felt kind of narrow and not so happy.
Yes. Now, of course, it somewhat depends on the nature of the experience, because if what's spreading is horrific pain and your mental and emotional reactions to that, then that spread is going to be more challenging, right? So there can be variability in that regard. So what you can do is you can reframe the non-spread as a restful state, and try to put, just like you can remind yourself to put a positive spin on one, you can put a positive spin on the other, and learn to reinterpret confinement as simply contraction or rest. In general, contraction has a bad rap, okay? Life sounds better than death. Expanding sounds better than contracting, and so forth. But as we're using them here, it's more like a yang-yin thing. So yang isn't better than yin. They're just two sides. And a certain individual or a certain culture might tend to deify one and demonize the other. And that may vary depending on the individual and the culture. For example, you would tend to think, oh, well, universally all cultures are going to say expansion's the good one and contraction is the not good one if they make a judgment on it. But that is not necessarily at all the case. And in fact, at the very origin of Western civilization, with the ancient Greeks, they definitely preferred contraction.
What, can you give an example?
Well, the idea, and this may not be all Greek thinkers, but many of them, the idea is that expansion is associated with infinity, and infinity is associated with lack of order. Whereas contraction creates order, okay? And there's a word in Greek that means like a gaping opening space that has a connotation of gaping opening space that destroys order. And we have that word in English. Yes, house. Comes from, believe it or not, the same root as the English word yawn. I know they don't sound very similar, but look it up on an etymological dictionary. So their notion of order was associated with contraction. And that was a whole culture that was that way. So, but we're taking a very different thing here. This is, I mean, and then, yeah, we're taking a different tack here, which is that if one seems negative to an individual or a culture, get intimate with it until you see that it's just as good as the other one. That's very important. I would say. The balanced view comes out clearly in Chinese thinking, East Asian thinking, Yang and Yin, okay? Where you get the strongest imbalance is in Iranian thinking, where the god of light is Ahura Mazda and the god of darkness is Aryaman. And they're both equal in a certain sense, but in contemporary Iran, the word for Aryaman would be shaitan or Satan. So that's where the notion of the devil came from. It's Iranian thinking that got into Judaism and then got into Christianity. So in that case, it's like there's definitely a good God and a bad God. What contrasts strongly with that is Chinese thinking, where it's, these are just impersonal forces and they're both good. And if one seems not as good as the other, it's because you haven't understood it deeply yet. I should also say that although in terms of certain aspects of theology, the idea of like the good God and the bad God got into Western religion, it is also true that in the Kabbalistic system of meditation in Judaism, it's all based on an interplay of chesed and gvura, and they're considered to be equal and both good. And chesed is the allowing side of God, and gvura is the limiting side. So it's based on a model of what you would call a perfect parent, because they personify God, right? So what would be the perfect parent? Well, the perfect parent loves you, so it gives you freedom, but the perfect parent also sets appropriate limits, but in the right way, coming from love. So this became the metaphor for how God creates the world in the Jewish take on meditation. And so it's all based on, it's like the Chinese one. It sees those as equal because it's the model of a good parent that knows the right ways to allow and the right ways to limit. It's sort of interesting, huh? The difference between Chinese thinking, which tends to see these as just impersonal forces in nature, and Jewish thinking that's very personalized, but then imagines a perfect parent, whereby both the chesed and the gevuah, the love and the limits are just the right kind. Sort of interesting. But so regardless of how one wants to think about it, if contraction seems like the negative for you, if death seems like the negative, then get to know it better. Or if expansion seems like the not good one, get to know it better is what I would say. And then you'll eventually come to a place of balance. So once again, just with regard to the procedure we just did, I want to make sure that everyone sort of is okay with that, because we're going to add an element.
So a question about pain.
Yes.
So I have pain and I went into it and I felt it and it spread and it turned all these different things and colors and just really got big. And then I think I fell asleep while I was sitting here. I think I started dreaming. So I just wondered where the unconscious is, like where that all fits into the expansion and the contraction.
You mean going unconscious, losing clarity of awareness? Where does that fit in?
I don't know the language as well, so I'm trying to explain it in a way that makes sense to me, but I'm feeling this thing, it expanded and it spread, and I tried to just really focus on that expansion and spread, and then I found myself, I don't think I was trying to stay here, but it felt like I'm tired, and I felt like I might have just let it go and just keep going into a bit of a dream.
Yes. Did you notice that as you gave it space, that it caused you less suffering?
It's gone.
Yeah, the sense of suffering diminished. This is like the first discovery in physical chemistry, Boyle's law. Pressure is inversely proportional to volume. So if you give something volume, it reduces the perceived suffering, which is metaphorically something like pressure. So that was an important insight, I would say. And you can remember now that that's possible. And it works for emotional sensations as well as physical. So there's a certain watershed that a person passes through in their practice the first time they stay with physical discomfort long enough for this to happen. You're never the same again because you know you can do it. It's possible. And pain doesn't represent the absolute terror that it does otherwise. So congratulations on that. Even after that, though, it's hard to imagine that something like rage or terror or shame would be amenable to the same process, but it absolutely is. And the first time you give enough time and space to one of those big negative emotions, that's an even bigger epiphany. So I just mentioned that because that's coming down the line. And so that's all. Sometimes we call this insight meditation. So those are important insights that you had. People do get sleepy and fuzzy during practice. It just happens. The brain is not used to the notion of being awake and not awake, but not thinking about it, a million things, okay? So if you're not thinking about a million things, it tends to interpret that as, okay, it's time to go to sleep. And that's why sleepiness is a very common experience that people have during practice. So I won't go into a lot of detail right now, but you actually want to, you want to learn how to overcome sleepiness in the sense of not go unconscious. And you can train yourself to do that with time. Everything I know about how to work with the phenomenon of sleepiness can be written down in 2 pages. Of course, that's 2 very information-packed pages, which is my style of presentation. No fluff, just theorems, just good stuff, okay, but very dense. So everything that I ever have told anyone about working with sleepiness and what I do myself to deal with sleepiness is on a blog that I wrote. At my main website is basicmindfulness.org, and there's a link to my blog spot. And if you search in there, the name of the blog is From Fuzz to Buzz. And everything I know about how to work with sleepiness, you can study that at your leisure. And eventually there'll be improvement. Okay, so we're going to add a feature to the expansion contraction technique as you have it now, which is, you may have noticed this, that sometimes something that spreads will collapse. It will either, the whole thing will disappear, maybe as soon as it spreads, or maybe after a few seconds, or maybe just part of it will sort of drop away. How many people notice that that happens sometimes? Okay, so that's another form of contraction, which is abrupt diminishing of something, and our label for that will be gone. So this is gone is a technical term within the unified perspective, which is what I call my system, not recently. Technical terms have to be distinguished from terms in colloquial language. They're the same words, but they mean something else. They mean something very technically defined. So if I say gone in ordinary English, you're going to think it means something. But this is a technical term. I'm going to tell you exactly what gone means. So gone means all or part of a sensory event abruptly subsides and you notice it. So it doesn't mean, as in colloquial English, it's gone forever. It might come back right away. It doesn't mean every part of it disappeared. Parts of it might still be there, but all or part abruptly subsided. And you noticed it. Sometimes there'll be an event, then you're distracted, then you come back to the event, it's not there anymore, but you didn't catch the moment of collapse. Well, that doesn't count. So it's a detected abrupt subsiding. And it's one form of contraction. As you're noting spread, which is a form of expansion, the thing that spreads, all or part of it might collapse and you might notice that. Well, that would be contraction, and we'll label that gone. There are other ways with this technique that gone might occur. For example, as something is spreading or spiking up over here, something else in the periphery of your awareness might abruptly collapse. It's like water sloshing in a bathtub. There's only so much water. So if a wave sort of wells up here, then the water level might abruptly collapse somewhere else, not where the wave is. So that would be sort of out of the corner of your eye as you're noticing a spread. You might notice that something in the periphery or perimeter suddenly collapses. So as something spikes into existence, something else in the periphery of your awareness drops all or part, abruptly subsides. That also counts as a gone because you detected it even though it was out of the corner of your eye. So the thing that spreads might have a gone immediately or eventually, or as it's spreading somewhere else, something might fall away. All of those count as gone. So now we're going to have 3 labels. If something, well, actually, we're going to have both. We're going to have 4 labels. If something spreads, note that as spread. If what spreads collapses, or if the spread causes a collapse elsewhere, note that as gone. If there's no particular spread and no gone, then you're just sort of hanging out. We're going to interpret that as another form of contraction. We'll note that as rest. Now, it's possible you could have both. You could have spread and gone at the same time. Or you could have a restful state that was also spreading. So it's intrinsically restful, it's tranquil, but it's getting bigger. So that's a both. That's a simultaneous expansion and contraction. So we're going to parse our experience into spread, gone, which is sort of a sudden contraction, rest, which is more of an abiding contraction, and the possibility that there would be something expansive and something contractive at the same time. And if you wish, you can label that both. So you may wonder, wow, this seems like an awfully intricate sort of apparatus. Why bother? If you have studied traditional Theravada Buddhism, there's a book of sort of a standard manual for mindfulness practice in Southeast Asia called the Visuddhi Magga. Magga is the same as Sanskrit marga, it means path. Visuddhi is the Pali pronunciation of Vishuddhi, which means purification. So the path of purification. It's, like I say, a famous classic. And in this book, the author, whose name was Buddhaghosa, describes the state just before stream entry, just before the breakthrough of enlightenment, describes it with the Pali phrase udayabhaya. So ud means, or ut means up, aya means going. So udaya means going up or arising. V means away. So vyaya is going away or passing. So one's awareness becomes dominated by the perception that there's only arising and passing, arising and passing. Now that's usually taken as a very advanced state of practice that might come about after many years of living in a forest or something like that. You reach the ANP, the arising and passing stage. Well, this sort of noting spread and noting gone is my attempt to give a taste of that, that even a beginner might be able to have by setting up the categories in a way that make it likely for you to detect. So what in early Buddhism is called arising and passing, in Zen is parsed as expanding and contracting. It's more of a spatial metaphor. So, but it's the same thing. There is a reason why I set up this elaborate apparatus. I'm trying to figure out a way that even relative neophytes can get a taste of what really advanced practice is like. So any questions about that? I love questions. You good? Okay, and then we'll play with this a little bit and we'll do some practice in motion. Once again, take a moment to stretch out and settle in. Our focus range will be everything, but the categories that we're looking for are related to impermanence and the fundamental forces of nature. So if something spreads within a modality or more than one modality is affected, or the inner and outer world are affected at the same time, spread, and open to that spread. It could be pleasant, unpleasant, both or neither, but it all becomes pleasant if you open to it, regardless of its intrinsic qualities. If everything is sort of static, nothing much is happening, nothing is propagating, we'll interpret that as rest and just sort of enjoy that. Enjoy not having to go anywhere. You can just stay at home. If there's any abrupt subsiding, either centrally in the thing that's expanding or peripherally, triggered by that expansion, note that as gone. It's possible that there could be something expansive and contractive at the same time. Something spreading somewhere, collapsing somewhere else, or a restful state that by nature is contractive, but it's getting large in space. So it's thin, that's a contraction, but it's broad, that's expansion. That's a both situation. So spread, gone, rest, or both meaning something expansive and something contractive at the same time. Sometimes there's a predominance of both. There's a sense that there's always something arising and always something disappearing everywhere. Great. Surrender to that global and perennial fountain that gushes and gathers. Que bien sea la fonte que mana y corre, aunque es de noche. It's a Christian mystic, Spaniard said that. How well I know that fountain that gushes and flows, although by night. San Juan de la Cruz. Now, in a moment, we'll be making a transition from formal practice in stillness to formal practice in motion. It could be any technique you want. It could be note everything or expand, contract in the version we're currently doing, or anything else that might appeal to you, that you're familiar with. And as before, we'll take about 20 minutes or so. Then you'll hear a bell and come back in an unhurried way, make a smooth transition back to practice in stillness. We'll be keeping silence, but you can use refreshments or the facilities and so forth. But remember, our theme in this program is monasticizing each moment as much as possible. So whatever you do, in this case, try to keep a formal technique going. And of course, some of you, if you wish to sit, you can just sit through the motion practice if you want. Let's take a few minutes to appreciate sensory experience just as it is. Note everything. See, hear, feel. Inner, outer, active, restful, stable, flowing. It's all part of nature. Let go of the ordinary ordering principle, which in the mind says, get answers, and the body says, get comfortable. And replace it as best we can for a few minutes with a deeper ordering principle. Get clear. Be equanimous. With this technique, there's no distractions. It's all inclusive. So then how is concentration built? There's nothing to come back to. Well, it's that moment of concentration with each new arising. Karnika samadhi, a sequence of momentary high concentrations. Okay, good. Now, let go of that and let's explore in a playful way expansion and contraction. We mentioned 3 ways that something could expand. It could spread within a modality, or there could be 2 or 3 modalities at the same time, or there could be a pull to inner and outer at the same time. Those are all forms of expansion. And we mentioned 3 ways there could be contraction. There could be gone, either central or peripherally. And there could be just a sense of intrinsic rest, relaxation, quiet, eyes defocused, and so forth, restful states. Or there might not be any spread, just an absence of spread is a presence of contraction. If you wish, you can label spread, gone, rest, and so forth. Or you can simplify the labels. Any manifestation of expansion, just say expand. Any manifestation of contraction, contract. And if both are happening at the same time, both. And yield to the Tai Chi, the interplay of Yang and Yin. The effortlessness of expansion, the effortlessness of contraction may indeed be related to the physical fundamental principles of free energy, entropy, and so forth. It's possible that we're actually tasting those thermodynamic qualities that are well defined in physics. Don't know for sure, but that's how they manifest in nature, spreading, collapsing. Surely the nervous system is a physical system in the natural world, ordered by the same ordering principles that create spontaneous order in complex systems elsewhere. We may be tasting that with expansion, contraction, possibly. But certainly sensorially, we can say that we're tasting the forces of life and death, affirmation, negation, which could be interpreted as return to the formless primordial perfection which was our default state in the first weeks, months, perhaps first couple years of life. Protected us, kept us from being traumatized by the assaults and insults that a helpless infant experiences. We didn't know it conceptually, but we experienced it. We had an ordering principle. Before the human ordering of thought and will arose. Now we can, as adults, have the best of both worlds, consciously go back. As the poet Eliot said, come back to where we started, but know the place for the first time. The source of the longest river. And all shall be well. Okay, in a moment, once again, we're going to transition from practice in stillness to practice in motion, in the sense of talking and interacting and such. Decide what your strategy will be. So, anything that anyone would like to bring up about anything at all? This is Last Chance Hotel this time around for questions and reports.
For the spread and contraction, I played with spreading happiness. I mean, we were talking about that today, just spreading a sense of joy. And that worked. And then also spreading ill will until the volume dissipated it. And that seemed to work too. So I guess it's more of a report than anything, and maybe ask you if that's a good technique to just use spread and contraction to work with happiness and ill will.
Were you intentionally evoking those states? By that I mean bringing them up and then working with them with expansion, contraction?
Yeah.
Yes, this comes under the category of focused strategies, okay? So I call that technically evoking. Evoking means that you bring something up on purpose. If you think of the mind and body as being like a bell, so I take the initiative to strike it and see if it reverberates in some way. So I call that evoking. I distinguish that, just to have clear terminology, from triggering, where you would use an external stimulus to achieve the same goal, like you would listen to someone you agree with or disagree with on the internet or something. That would trigger pleasant or unpleasant reactions. Just so we have a really clear way of talking about options. Mm-hmm. So you were evoking positive and negative states and then applying the expansion contraction technique to them. That's how I would describe this strategy. And that's absolutely a legitimate strategy. Although you could also just passively work with whatever comes up. Mm-hmm. And you could trigger. You could expose yourself to sight, sounds, and so forth that would trigger those from the outside, and then apply a technique, in this case, expansion, contraction. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, that's working smart. You're sort of, training yourself so that when things do happen in daily life unexpectedly, sort of your instinct is to immediately be able to work with it that way. Mm-hmm. So I'll also say, apropos of our previous conversation, that thought also expands and contracts in exactly the same way. So yes, that's a valid strategy. I wouldn't only do that, but that is certainly a thing that can be done. Uh-huh. So I think you got your money's worth.
Yes.
Yes.
So I had a lot of fear come up, and I didn't know how. Felt globally contractive. So I was watching these like micro expansion contractions, but there was like the presence of something like that. It felt I felt a lot of fear, and then I noticed my thinking started to become contracted, and I didn't know what to do.
Well, first of all, you could, as a default, always go back to like see, hear, feel.
Yeah.
And then you can start to parse it in terms of, it's the fear's an image here, it's talk here, it's body emotion here and here and here.
Yeah.
So when you get an overwhelm, basically you're reporting an overwhelm
Yeah.
situation. One strategy is, okay, well, go back to a simple technique that would parse that experience in terms of specific categories. And usually it's see, hear, feel. And then you just stay with it until you fight your way back to specificity. And there's a reduction in the overwhelm. Usually, if there's overwhelm, it's actually all three. You've got some level of image, talk, and body emotion. So one way is, okay, go for discrimination with see, hear, feel until you get back to sensory specificity. But then there's another way to work where you break the overwhelm into expansion and contraction in the following sense. If it seems like too much is happening too soon in too many places, which is part of overwhelm, right? It's like I'm flooded. That's what a psychologist would call it. That's definitely expansion. And so with the alternative strategy, you let go of the need to get sensory specificity. The only sensory specificity you need to know is that part of this involves being pulled in many directions at once. And you let go of the need to know, and you just surrender to the sense of space moving out. And then usually part of overwhelm involves being off balance, or like the rug's pulled out from under me, or there's no solid ground underneath me. And if you look carefully, you'll see that your center is constantly being ripped away. That means that there's a constant gone in the core of your being. That's contraction. So there's a way of parsing the flooding aspect of overwhelm impersonally. It's just space devouring you. And the I'm off, I can't find solid ground. I can't find a center or a direction, because as soon as I grab onto anything, it's like trying to grab onto the air. Well, that's a constant gawning in the core of your being. And if you, so actually you're being sort of, your center is being ripped away and your boundaries are being blown away continuously. So you can either get back to sensory specificity with see or feel, or directly parse the flood part as expansion and the off balance part as the center dying constantly so that's like contraction. And now you've immediately found the perfection within the overwhelm. But you have to be willing to not take it personally.
Yeah.
It's an impersonal perspective.
Yeah.
So either of those strategies are an alternation of them. So the first one might be described as medicine for overwhelm. Well, it involves lack of clarity, so let's get clear. That's sort of an allopathic medicine, okay? But there's also the homeopathic remedy, which is to see that you don't need to have sensory specificity. All you need is to be able to reinterpret the overwhelm in terms of space. Yes.
I experienced some lack of digestion, so I was working with that. and all through the afternoon. And the expansion allowed it to digest.
Wow.
And
Cool.
then there was the contraction, expansion. In other words, there was more nourishment that was ingested, and so then there was more something to deal with. And then there were another difficulty. And the difficulty was then dealt with what you talked about with the parent. Okay, I accept that this is happening, and somehow that the concept of acceptance, I just expanded into not thinking about it, but just expanding into acceptance of this is happening. It just is. And then a forgiveness. So there was the sense of acceptance. I recognize this is information that perhaps I should be more careful. So I'm accepting that it is. I'm correcting the behavior, and at the same, and then which would be contraction, and then expanding again into forgiveness, and that seemed to really help a lot, and that led me to believe that it was true for everything that would require forgiveness.
Cool.
That it was like the other spiritual beliefs or spiritual paradigms that say that forgiveness would expand it all to, so it's the same.
Well, you got your money's worth too. Of course, you had to do some work for it, but
Yeah.
that's how the muscle gets built.
Okay.
Excellent. Anything else?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Oh, sure.
So how do you not take it personally?
Well, there's this old joke about how do you get to Carnegie Hall?
Yeah.
Practice, practice, practice. Yeah, there's no, one of the Greek kings asked one of the philosophers, I can't remember who it was, is there an easier way to learn math? And the guy said, well, throughout your kingdom there are royal roads, but there's no royal road to mathematics. Okay, you just have to put in the work, right? So unfortunately, there's no royal road to the ability to do that. You just keep trying, and then it sort of happens to you when you notice it and you see it can be done. Yes?
Ask a question about happiness.
Sure.
So I think there's a quote by Tolstoy, if I haven't mangled it, where he said that all happy families are alike and unhappy families are unhappy each in their own way. And I was just wondering if you thought that was a clever turn of phrase or if there was something deeper.
All happy families are alike, but unhappy families are each in its own way.
Yes.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would say there is some evidence for that kind of thing in the way that our senses are wired. Because if you think about it, so I have this sort of standard list of emotional qualities. And there's about a half dozen pleasant ones and a half dozen unpleasant ones. And I rattle it off because it really controls from the intrapsychic level to the interpersonal level to the international level. These are the sensations that control our species that have been honed by Darwin. So I figured it was good to memorize the list. Of course, there could be alternative lists, right? But my list is anger, fear, sadness, shame, impatience, disgust on the unpleasant side, interest, joy, love, gratitude, humor, smile on the pleasant side. But if you actually sort of pay close attention, you'll notice that those 6 uncomfortable emotional sensations are very distinct, whereas the pleasant ones are all sort of similar. So that tells me that maybe we're wired to make a lot of distinctions about uncomfortable stuff. But when we feel good, it's sort of all the same thing. So maybe that's what he was talking about. I'm not sure.
Can you say those again, those
Uh,
characteristics?
Well, that's just my list, but there's the anger family. It's a whole family, right? Anything from mild irritation to homicidal rage is in that family. And that has its own distinct flavor in the body, although it will be different for different people. Where and how I experience it might not be the same as another person, but it's still the anger family. It's distinguishable from other ones. So anger, there's fear, anything from mild anticipation to paralytic terror has its own flavor. Sad, poor me, grief, tear, anger, fear, sadness, shame, embarrassment, that's a big one. Now, so anger, fear, sadness, and shame, that's the gang of 4. Okay, those are very dramatic. We see them. Number 5 is subtle, but pervasive in life, impatience. Like, don't want to move slow, don't want to talk slow, can't sit still. It's what in Yiddish is called Setzen in Spilkes. It means you're sitting on pins and needles. That's sort of like antsy, okay? That causes a frenetic quality in daily life. So I call that the impatience. So of course the trick is to slow down and then pay attention to that flavor of sensation. That's also what is usually behind the resistance to do formal practice. When people I don't want to take 10 minutes to just sit down and practice. I don't have time, or I'm disinclined, or something like that. Typically, in my experience, what's actually keeping you off the cushion is not some sort of archetypal monsters that are going to reveal themselves. It's just a kind of subtle, antsy sensation that's not really that bad once you actually face it. And then there's disgust, which doesn't come up that much typically. It can come up around foods, but where it actually can sometimes come up is in a relationship with the significant other, where you start to certain physical features of that person become sort of disgusting to you. And then it's sort of hard to keep the physical relationship going. So that's disgust flavor. Now, every single one of those is amenable to the process of completion, meaning a human being can train themselves to experience any and all of those so completely that they are no longer problematic. You become a human being of full feeling, which is an awesome, awesome attainment. But it's just a matter of doing what we've been doing here, only more so. And then on the pleasant side, interest, joy, love, gratitude, humor, smile. And then there's things that are sort of, you can't pin down. It's just sort of like a something, something emotional, but you can't really say much about it. And you could have more than one of those flavors happening at the same time. When a person is very upset, they'll often discover that they're not just angry, they've got teary sensations and fear sensations, etc. So divide and conquer. Because if you can't discriminate them, then instead of just adding together, they cross multiply. So that's the list that I typically use. Okay, so on the pleasant side of experience, one can sometimes selectively attend to pleasant emotion in the body. And there are a variety of ways that one can make that happen. One thing is, if you tune into your emotional body, you might discover that there's already emotional pleasure there. It's just there, okay? Depending on various factors. And then you could sort of selectively attend to that body emotion pleasure and even try to spread it out into space. Another way to contact body emotional pleasure in the body, joy, love, any one or combination on the pleasant list, is just to smile, physically smile. There's research that if you physically smile, that actually changes your emotional perception of things, even though it seems artificial. So you can physically smile. If you can trigger pleasant emotion in the body by using other senses that are pleasant. For example, if you're enjoying being with people and you're having a conversation, you're having a great meal, well, the pleasant smells and tastes will trigger joy, and then, enjoying the conversation with people will trigger that. If you have a lot of flow or energy, it will often be easy to, or restful states, it will often be easy to have those sort of support emotional pleasure in the body. Then another thing you could do is evoke, in the sense of briefly make an image or say some positive phrase that would tend to activate pleasant emotion in the body. So the technique of finding and or creating and then selectively attending to pleasant emotion in the body, I call feel good. And it's a variation on the loving kindness practice from Buddhism, but it's also something that you could just do to elevate your general sense of emotional fulfillment by just sort of working on this theme. Any questions about that as a concept? Just the terminology and such. Okay, so actually, we're going to explore that now. I was also going to do the feel bounce, but it was raining and we got in a big conversation on this other stuff, so we'll just do the 3 techniques, and the third one being feel good. So I'm going to guide you through that. Take a moment to stretch up and settle in. it's possible that there's some emotional joy in your body right now. It's just there. Or not. If there is, tune into it. If not, that's fine. But one thing that you can do for sure is make a physical smile. It could be subtle, like the Buddha smile, the Mona Lisa smile, or it could be more big and explicit. The act of physically smiling activates the emotional hedonic circuits, the pleasure circuits. If there's the physical pleasure of restful states or energy flow in you now, it's pretty easy to sort of ask that to support a continuous emotional joy. If you wish, you could briefly create an image or a positive phrase, a metta phrase, or so forth that would activate your emotional body. So there's a number of ways in which you can access, feel good in the technical sense of emotional pleasure in the body. And we're going to selectively tune into that. And if it's just localized and subtle, that's fine. That's your concentration. Sometimes it's possible to sort of intentionally spread it, to fill the body or even go beyond the body. The traditional practice in Buddhism is called Brahma Vihara, or divine abode, but it's also called aparimana. A means not, pari is like peri in Greek, around, and mana means measured or limited. So it means boundless. It's a jhana or absorption practice, a kind of samadhi of love, where the sensation of friendliness pervades the time-space continuum. Now, you may not be able to do that, but that is a possibility. You sort of feel it going out on the right, left, front, back, above and below. Even going back into time or forward in time from the present, healing the past, creating a better future. So it may be possible to actually have a sense that it's spreading in the 6 directions and into the 2 times. And if it would be spreading from the here and now to the everywhere and always. But if we can't quite expand it that far, that's okay. At whatever level, you can contact it. If you're sensitive, you can actually feel it coming from the other people in this room. In which case, it's actually pretty easy. You sort of ride on the shared field. There's no label associated with this. It's a pure body experience. And if it sort of fades, you just reestablish it. This technique involves passively detecting, but it also involves actively creating. And of course, it's not always doable. And if it's not doable, there's plenty of other things that are. But we'll just explore this for a moment. Okay, good. Perhaps you would like to stay with this feel good technique, or maybe you want to go back to note everything or expand, contract. For these last few minutes, whatever appeals to you, riding on the momentum of all the good work we've done. Now, in a moment, when the bell rings, we'll be making the transition from formal practice to life. Make that transition smoothly, riding on the momentum of the good work we've done. So I'd just like to remind everyone to drive carefully. Going pretty deep here, and you want to see the drive, hear the drive, and feel the drive, and nothing else. And let's see, any announcements from the center?
So say again, thank you, Shinzen, for leading this retreat. It's wonderful to have you every month. And thank you again.
Okay.
We'll also be doing, the next Shinzen retreat will be August 27th.
There was a change. Is that the latest date? Yeah. Yep.
And
So that's what we're gonna do.
we'll also be doing feel good technique of chanting at 6:30 if you want to join us. We'll be in the Zendo. Otherwise, have a safe journey home, and thank you all for coming.
Okay, another day, another dharma. Good work, folks.